Hello. Welcome in, everybody. I see Lenko coming in, grabbing first and getting a check-in. Lily coming in, grabbing a check-in. Good to see y'all. Hope you're doing well. It's Satisfactory Day. So, the 25th has passed. And we've got till the 18th to finish up the FICSMAS event. So, we're going in focus mode. Because as soon as, after the 18th, after that passes, where did I leave off? I did the 21st, okay, 22nd. After the 18th passes, the gifts stop producing. We can no longer select the recipes for the event items. And our factories will become useless. Until the next time the event starts.
Since the human olfactory system is closely linked to memory, FICSIT created scented build gun trinkets to remind pioneers of specific concepts. This scent is the concept of caring about your family on Earth, which I'm sure will have no effect on you.
It is. It's the 25 and 2025. Ah. You know,
Turning
I guess I couldn't have made
explosives
the
into
20
a recreational
square because
activity
it's the...
is exactly
yeah,
the
okay.
kind of attitude that led humanity to its doom. By all means, have fun. I certainly will, now that we are finally close to the end of this event.
I spent so much time looking at this whole thing, trying to find the 25, looking at this and thinking, surely that's not the 25 because this wasn't the 20. The 20 is over here. But there it is. That's the 25. Okay. We found it. We're good. We got them all. I don't need a parachute. You can tell every time I start playing a new game that I suddenly have new ways in which I forget my own controls. Alright. We were working on... Ooh, we're running low on fuel here. We're not actually running low, but, like, we're under 2 stacks. Under 1 stack. 1 whole stack. We were working on this. Lily says I can't get mine to make the silver and gold thing. So the... are you talking about the copper and iron baubles? Let me see. Let me come over here. There's pictures in the machines. I do need to create some kind of way to more easily get up there. From down here. Hang on. Let's get up here. So I have... Are you talking about these, specifically? The copper ornament and... That's the wrong side. That's the right side. Oh, welcome in, Spud. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And then the iron. Alright, so you've got... And you've got the ingots coming in, right? Because it's... You need the blue ornament and the iron ingot for the iron one. The red ornament and the copper ingot for the copper one. Alright. Well, let me see if I can get mine working, and we can determine if this is an issue of it might be bugged, or an issue of something we can troubleshoot. So many gifts coming in already. All 240 per minute for the trees. This isn't 240 per minute. This is 3 rows. 15, 30, 60. This is 180 per minute. Got mad and stopped trying. We'll see what we can figure out. As I said, I need an easier way to get up here. Let's go to the other side where we've got the columns that go the whole distance. And we'll use something we don't usually use. Put that there just so we have something to stand on. This is temporary. There we go. Beautiful. And it's only one way. The entrance is only at the bottom. No danger of accidentally throwing myself down to the bottom by stepping in the wrong spot. Alright, so the task that we're working on now is getting the ores in. We're gonna get our walls in here so we can set up our wall holes. Have it there. And, okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the half foundations on this. No, because we don't have half foundations for the supports that we want to create. So what we'll do instead, bring this over like this. Inverted ramps to make things look a little better supported. And I have to boot up my browser so I can remind myself how much input we need on these. Spud says the trees are cute. Thanks, Bud. Got a nice little organization strategy on them, I think. Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll take it out. We'll take it out. Clean all this up. Oh, did I? No, it's just something. Okay. Alright, so I think we're gonna take these two, bring them together, and then send them that way. Why don't I use my shortcut that I built just for this? So what I need is logistics. We're gonna have a support here. And that should allow me to... Hang on one sec. Bringing my stuff back up. Oh. Okay, I don't have that plan set up anymore. I'll just have to look at what I've actually built already. Yeah, so I should be able to bring this down all the way to here. There we go. Yep, that lines up well. Alright, so we have 16 of these that are using 4.375 gifts per minute. Oh, up there. For these, we've got 8, making 15 per minute. 15, 30, 60, 120. Ow. So we could do with just one of these. This isn't actually doing anything for us in terms of alignment. All it's doing is just suggesting that there's pathway here. Also, these are meant to be asphalt. Production. We'll grab a Mark II miner. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is not acceptable. Oh, you know what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excuse me. I see. It's the pole that's broken, not the curve. we can do for that instead is go 7. That works. There we go. Alright. How did that get reversed? Alright, back up we go. I don't love that. Let's see what we can do if we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So obviously that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable either. That's not acceptable. What if we do that's also not acceptable. We can do what I thought we could do. That works. There we go. That works. We got it. Alright, I'll send that up there. I don't think I turned that into asphalt either, so we gotta fix that. Also, we need power. I'm gonna make sure we have that. On its way up before we move on. make sure that this is producing the right amount. We will need power shards for this. Only need 120. And we need to clean this up. There it goes. Oh yeah. Turn the music on. Go around the pole there. Now for this side, we need a lot less copper than we needed iron on that side. I don't think it was that much. I think it was 80. Let's take a look. Look at that, 10 each. It was 80. This wall is built as well, so we can have the wall hole set up. Sticks, wall hole. And inverted ramps. There we go. This is where we're coming from over here. Actually, I don't think we need this second layer. We can let the ground overtake that just a bit. Come up here and create our lift, so we've got our start point. And that is 100%. Your sticks. That one. Don't forget to turn this all into asphalt. As long as we can get far enough out here to attach to the foundation. Center point, center point. That's not the right point. Actually? We'll do vertical. Go up 5. That's new. Oh no, that still has to be concrete. That's concrete. And then we want... bring our pillars down. Interesting point. what we're doing here is we're just creating a bridge over the natural roadway so that we have an easy way to get in and out. You can pass through without issue. I think this should be full. That can be a half foundation. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. So halfway through the fourth one. We actually care about this one because this is open and exposed and will be viewed primarily from below. So when we're coming up on it, we want to see that pole sitting right in the midpoint. Could put a little bit of work into closing this up, and I think we will. Not closed, but texture, small frame filler. There we go. same on either point. Yep, perfect. Alright. That ended up looking weird. That's fine. And the target here is 80. This parallel with the incline. We'll have this hit that same midpoint. Do a trick here. It's just basically going to be a little bit of clipping, so we can get that parapole where we want it. The idea here is that hopefully you can't see this cable at all that connects the two of them. But it still connects them. And we can see from this parapole that we still have the 15 watts, so we are connected. All right. So we need storage, we need an elevator. I also want to be able to get up here from this floor. That, we're going to cut these. Make this symmetrical on each side. We'll do our half foundation. That doesn't seem right. It's not right. Okay. We have 2 width here. Oh, actually, this is gonna work out nicely. The way the elevation works right here. And now we want the small poles. Okay, now that will not be visible. And then the stairs here should fully into the ground. They don't. That's fine. That works. Alright, we need our sink. We'll go right here. And we need our storage. We'll go over here. I think we'll have stairs to go down over here. Somewhere. Right here. We'll work that out. But we want an elevator coming up the middle right here. Transport. Personal elevator. How do we close this gap? Do we close it? I don't think we close it. I think we just depend on stairs. This is the one spot we can put stairs. Oh, wait. Foundations. Half foundations. Put the stairs like this. If it wasn't clipping into this right here... Yeah, this is definitely the spot for stairs on this side. So we're gonna have to move these back. Got the space going this way. Okay, there we go. We definitely want to make sure we have our stairs all set up before we close stuff up, because once we close stuff up, we won't be able to get to it anymore. If we don't have the stairs. And then this. There we go. So I've got the elevator that takes us up to this floor. Got the stairs that takes us between these two floors. And we've got down here. And we just need stairs here as well. I think we'll do on either side here. Alright, now let's start closing this up. Okay, that works. Got an ad starting up soon. I'm gonna finish closing this up and then we'll take our break. There, race of the auto ad. Alright, there it goes. Perfect. Break time, see y'all in a few minutes. And welcome back, everybody. Get this all closed up. We'll head back up here. And we'll do around here. This side is done. Do the other side. Okay, and now we need to close this up. So we need some windows. And which ones do I want to use for this? I could go with the full frame windows. Let's see how that looks right here. For those, we for sure want them to be back one. I think we'll use those for the trees. I like the nice open look that they give, so that section... Problem is going to be these right here. We might get some clipping. Let's take a look. Nope. We do get clipping from the tree leaves themselves. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about that. I'm going to determine that to be an acceptable error. Okay, we'll handle that for the elevator. Got a bit of gap on the window. I don't like that. Okay. All right. No, we can't have that. I was hoping to get that double beam to come all the way down, but that's not going to work. What we can do instead is cover that up. That there. Drop that there. There, and need a better view. Yeah, that's good. I'm curious, how does this look? How does this look in a diagonal? Do this. Oh. Those didn't line up. Better. I think I like that. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. Alright. Something that I want to do... that I was thinking that I want to do, but let's see how this looks first. This way. Oof, oof, no, 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 no. Now for these factory floors. And I do think I'm going to go with flat roofs for all of this. I'm thinking... As you see in like a lot of old school Christmas factories, they've got these kinds of windows. See how that lines up. What if I did... Yeah, that'll do it. It won't let me clip for one height into the 4 height. That's unfortunate. Actually very disappointing. Oh, but you know what? Got that 4-meter height wall that goes all the way down. What if we... this way. It might create some Z fighting downstairs. 100% creates Z fighting downstairs. I don't like that. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. That looks good. do the flat roofs here. Is that facing the same direction? I don't think it is. It is. That's good. Yep. No, that's fine. And this side is the front side, so... Okay. Oh, that's... Okay, I'm loving this. Hey, Maple, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's bring these columns up to up 3 more for each of them. Gonna end up being my favorite factory I've built so far, just by design. Says I'm doing alright, but I'm working on an ongoing creative writing project instead of working on the other important things I want and need to work on today. Well, but at least you're working on the creative writing project. See? I don't love the column sticking out at the back here the way it is, but I don't think there's really anything I'm willing to do about it. The lower floors, it will look better, but I don't think I can fix it here without being unhappy with the result. When... Ooh. Actually... Because that's visible from the outside, I think the offset might look acceptable to me. It's not going to be perfectly lined up with those, but I think it is going to end up looking good anyway. Oh, but that other side is also going to be sticking. Okay. Okay. I think the asymmetry from the side here is just going to be what we do. It's that last one. Ah! So hard to do with a jetpack. It's that last one down there, too. That's good. That's fine. You got it. That bean's gonna get stuck. Nah, I still want that to be like that. Yeah, because as usual, this is still going to be open and exposed. So we'll definitely want to put some kind of a roof on that. We'll make sure we bring these up. Once we get it all closed up, we'll do the power. And the reason for that is because the walls are going to determine how we run our cables. In some cases, they will be points of attachment for our cables. Ah. We've already got that whole wall built, so we need to do this one side at a time. One wall left. Alright, all the roofing has been made. After this, we're just closing up the rest of it. And then we do power. Here as well. It's just gonna be those trees where we have the different windows. Now we're going to remove this basically immediately. I want to close up the rest of this here. Have a door wall here. Door wall here. Whoops. Yeah, that's whoops. Do that from the inside. We want connection point there. No, we want it up. There we go. We need lights, of course. this is gonna be a problem. I need to be able to place that there. And the beam can't go anywhere because he's flipped into the ceiling. Gonna give him a gentle nudge, and we're gonna hope that's gonna be enough to help him along to where he needs to go. But it might require more gentle nudges than he can take. He's trying, but he can't get anywhere. Bit of a problem, y'all. Two solutions to this problem. And we're gonna go with the second one. Because I don't think we need the first one. A little more tedious, but I think it'll work. And the way what we're defining this solution as is our friend is a little shy here, and he just needs some space. And if you give him some space, then he'll find his way out. So let's just give him some space. And he'll be fine. That was almost a disaster. We're fine. That's all void down there. Yeah, we'll pass on dropping into the void. We're not doing anything fancy here, we're just giving our friend some space. So he can get himself unstuck. Logistics on this over here is almost done. Look at that, 55 coupons. Isn't that fantastic? Got 2 Mercer spheres. I need a third. Oh, April getting a check-in. Oh, Squid getting a check-in. Welcome in, Squid. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. My bot's doing some double posting. I have it set up to start making a note of user redeemed check-in for the sake of, if anybody watches the VOD back, the little gray redeem text, or if you refresh the chat even, the little gray redeem text disappears. So that's just set up there as a way to preserve that information. I think some of the redeems it's not required. And I think I need to create some exceptions for those. It's redundant with the check-in, but something like somebody redeeming a sound, you know, it gives a bit of context for anybody that watches the VOD back, or anybody that refreshes the chat, why I'm suddenly reacting to noises in my ear. I think I do want to pick out different colored walls for this, for the plain concrete walls, the actual walls themselves, just to give a little bit more interest. There we go, look at that. He was just shy, we just needed to give him some space. Yeah, the design is definitely coming out much nicer than my usual parking garage. Very happy with what I'm starting to see. Oh, those are already built. Okay. We're gonna drop a arrow point right there. And we're gonna drop one right there. It's gonna go to the outside, and I'm gonna center something in there. To drop a large power pole on. Basically directly above, okay. Do that same level of slightly offset. Nope, that's not the same level of slight offset. No, no. We missed. These are not programmed yet, and the logistics are not set up for them yet, but they're going to be the fancier ornaments. And then we'll drop one of these in the middle and add our lights. Now the elevator's not powered on yet, which means I currently don't have a way to get to this higher floor. That's fine. the best way? Actually, I think. Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Okay, bring that to the center. Finding this elevator door is maybe going to be a little bit of a struggle. It's fine. It's fine. We definitely like it. There's no... I'm not going to complain about it because there's nothing to complain about. Ooh, goodness. Yeah, no, that's what I want. Drag it all the way down. Point. This turns into roofing. Kinda. We'll do this and see how this looks from the outside. We gotta make sure we line it up with the foundation and not the roof. There we go. This might not look the way I want it to look. Nah, that's not coming out looking right. There is something to that, though. Just not for this build. Another thing that we could try doing. This might be good for all the floors. I won't do it for the trees because I kind of think I want to keep what I've got going on there. Oh, if not for the Z fighting, it'd be fine. Alright. We'll fix it. Now for the Z fighting, it would be fully an improvement. this out here. And we're gonna do organization. Ceiling lights. Just gonna make sure we're happy with how that is centered. They're so very not. Now the roofs aren't perfectly symmetrical, so we're not gonna get perfect centering there in terms of looking at the roofs, but we can get centering in terms of looking at the machines, and that's our goal. No. Oh. Yeah, let's do that. These can be daisy-chained, but I often find I don't like how that ends up looking. Ooh, but what I can do, instead of carrying this further... Oh no. Daisy chains, they only get 2 connections per connection point, so I couldn't, say, connect this way and then connect it again that way. It won't give me enough connection points for that. What I could do, though, just to keep these consistent the whole way down, that's appropriately centered. There we go. Okay, alright. Do the lights now. Alright, and then we'll do the rest of the power. some builders like to do, it's not a technique I'm opposed to, one that I haven't played with enough to get where I'm happy with it. They'll put the power connections in the floor and they'll put the cable through the floor. And that makes the cables effectively invisible from the inside. Got an ad starting up again already? I've not made as much progress on this as I intended to today. It's telling me it was probably a good idea to focus on getting FICSMAS done instead of doing our bit of turbo fuel, bit of FICSMAS. Otherwise, these streams are going to get way too long. This is going to be what we use to get power up to the next floor on either side. Since the elevator's not going all the way up, based on the layout that we have for the factory. Straight, that's straight. Oh, that is a power pole, not a wall outlet. Oh, ad break started. We're back. Alright. So where did we bring that up? Right here. And we'll also have the one light here. Definitely not the center point. There we go. Now, I don't want that cable just sitting exposed there like that. So what I'm gonna do... cover it with beam. That's all. This is something that I really, really want as a buildable in this game, is rigid, protected power cables. Power lines, not the cables themselves. Like you would see on the interiors of, well, an office building, for example. Architecture. Beam again. I'm trying to avoid that clipping through the roof or the window. There. Okay, we need a way up. Which will effectively be the elevator. We get down to the lower floor. And we have to connect our miners. How does that look? Is that gonna bug me? That's gonna bug me. for that side. And one for this side. Our copper and our iron. Doing at 66 megawatts, that's not bad. And that's gonna drop when the underclock hits. I think there's a little bit of overclocking that we're doing, but I don't think a major amount. Okay, before we bring power over and hook everything up, we still need to do the logistics on the lower floor. For the outputs. No, we never did the floor holes here. Make sure we're lined up correctly. Also, it occurs to me that I need more storage than this. Because we're overproducing the red baubles and the blue baubles too, aren't we? We're only using 15, 30, 60, 120 per minute on the blue baubles. Oh. No, I don't think we are overproducing. 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. The copper. I think I did something wrong. Producing 6.25. And we've got 16 of them, so we're producing 100 total, so we should only be using 100. Am I deliberately overproducing for the sake of 8.75? Producing 140 of those. course. Why would that save? Why would I expect that to save? $10 per minute. We're producing 80 per minute of the copper ores. Alright, that we knew. $15 per minute, we're producing 120 of the iron ores. That we also knew. We are overproducing by 20 on the red baubles. And we're overproducing by 20 on the iron, blue baubles. So yes, we deliberately overproduced for the sake of the additional storage. So yes, we need another storage container set up. Also, I've identified an issue. Which is that these hills are going to interfere with dimensional depots. We'll put our stairs back. Logistics. That was not aligned correctly. There we go. I mean, the easy solution to that is instead of having dimensional depots go into the floor, we have them sit on top. We're producing 5, 10, 20, 40. 5, 10, 20, 40. 20 of that is going into storage, 20 of that is going into these, which I don't have the recipe for yet. Oh! Ooh, this is all gift factory. Okay. didn't realize I hadn't done any of the logistics on this floor. That's fine. This is not challenging. That's Mark 2, so these can all be Mark 1. This is how we should do that, right? That's totally an acceptable way to build, isn't it? Oh, how awful. Okay. Not that, Lily. Effectively just not that. Not that either. That will have to be... Oh, welcome in, Acorn. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We'll do a stronger curve there, and that will get that out of the way. There we go. No, for sure not. Ah, I did one side but not the other, I see. I was setting myself up. What am I doing here? Oh, those extra 5. I'm sending these to the sink. See, because I can't produce the gifts at the correct rate for what I'm doing here. Now, which ones are my baubles coming down? I really need to get power over here so I can... no, I do want the regular wall. Baubles are outputs over here. No, baubles are input. Yep. No, they're output. They're output. That's... Okay, so they come down here. So I have to figure out how to split this output and pull just 20 out of it. In the case of blue, we're doing 120 total. No, I do not like that. Okay. So this is 140. This is not aligned. So we've got 70 coming out this way. We're going to bottleneck that to 60. Did it again. Yeah, so we just... That's it. That's all we need. That's true. Mark one. Yeah, so everything's 20, so everything's marked 1. It's gonna be a bit of a tight fit, but it should be fine. Okay. Get our load balancer together here. do it a different way. Because these are offset from the center of the machines. And it's not going to be centered the same way. So I want to keep the conveyor belts the same length. It's going to look nicer as everything's traveling out. At the very start, when you first start the factory up, it'll be balanced. There'll be a total of 40 coming out of there. I believe. That'll be an even 50-50 split. I did do that wrong. There we go. Okay. That's too tight. Actually works out kind of nice. Like that. Yeah, that's good. Alright, we're gonna do the output on the other side now. So this is 100 coming down, and we need 80. Trick we're going to use with this is going to be the smart splitter trick. We don't need that. We don't need that at all. We've got 80 coming down. Split to 40 and 40. And we'll just send half of one of those 40s this... No, we've got 100 coming down. That does not split evenly. We are going to have to do the trick. The trick is, over to the right here, we're going to have any, and over to the front, we're going to have overflow. And we're going to have a Mark 1 belt over here. So we're sending 60 per minute over here, and anything over 60 per minute is going to run into here. So that's going to be the additional 40. 60 we can split 3 ways. And get our 20 out of it. And we'll do the same logistic pattern that we had over here. Yep. I know how we're gonna do this. It is tight. We are going through the ground. We're generally not going to see this. I got an idea. I got an idea. One there. Like center. Center both ways, please. And then one here. That'll do it. That'll be 40. That'll be 40. These don't need to be murdered, these can just be belts. But. And then this will be 80. Gonna be 110. That's going in there, so Mark II, perfect. So to the right on this one is overflow. This one's to the left. That one's to the left. To the right. To the right. Okay. The ground here is gonna make this a little complicated on us. Especially right here. And unfortunately, we're going to end up clipping through the ground where we don't want to. Actually, that is nice. It's gonna get a little messy, but it's gonna get the job done. Make sure I know my numbers here. Yep, 40 total. That's what we did over here. Okay. Ah. Discovered a problem. A workaround for this would be bring that up. Hate it, but that's what we've got. Kind of stuck with that one. Okay. Zoop. There we go. There we go. And we can do the same thing here. Okay, where did I line that up? Okay. Center point before. Right here. What I'm doing right here is I want to get this straight. We'll do a sharp angle at the connection point, the end of the connection point that you're creating. But if you start from over here, you start from one of these poles unconnected, then it automatically assumes you're starting from the pole and moving material to the end point. We need to go the opposite direction, otherwise we won't be able to get it to snap and connect. So that's all that's happening right in that spot. Come through and hit this merger. And that is going to clip through the ground, and we're going to hate it, and we're going to cope. There's gonna be a struggle. Okay, that's acceptable. That worked out. I've got a solution. It'll make all of this a lot cleaner, and it will work. And it is something that is frequently advised against. But we've already got the infrastructure set up in a way that will accommodate it correctly. And that solution is going to be sushi belts. We're going to put all of our outputs on the same conveyor belt system, one singular, and we're going to have it sort. You can do that. It is a process. And you have to have everything set up the same way, otherwise one item could get backed up and mess up your entire thing. It's going to replace this sync system that we have here. It's going to replace all of this, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, add. See y'all in a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Yeah, okay, the more I think about this, the more I'm starting to like the idea. This is 100% going to work out just fine. No, we'll keep those. So we will bring this down as a merger. Make sure it's lined up there, make sure it's lined up there. Page up a couple times. No, we're gonna bring that up here. So this is gonna be 40 per minute throughput here, so this is all gonna be, still gonna be Mark 1. I do want that to be at this level. Oh, this is actually gonna, this is gonna go great. This is gonna make this so much easier. Actually, genuinely. Should put that there. Yep. Where's that lined up over here? Center of the wall. This is 25. That's an even 50-50 split. And that we went. That's 45 right there. This is going to be 20, 40, 45, plus an additional 20. This is 65 once it hits this point. So this is 40, and this is 25. So that's going to be Mark 2. And it hits 110. So now, that's not why I want to split that. That's why I want to split that. Come in from the side here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that's gonna make that tricky. Resolution to that is gonna be where you swap one of the storage containers with where the we're gonna do this. Okay. Special. Put the awesome sink right here. And we'll put the storage container here. That's gonna make this easier on us. And this will never be more than 120 per minute. And that's just gonna be 20 per minute. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, we'll send that across. Have the gifts coming up this way. And before we send anything anywhere, we need to program these splitters. So this is how the sushi belt is going to work. What you need with a sushi belt is you obviously have to have some kind of filter set up to say this item goes in this specific place. And then what you need to handle is what happens when that direction gets backed up. So in this case, we're going to have red ornaments, blue ornaments, copper ornaments, iron ornaments, and the combined ornament bundles. I don't remember what the name of them are, but all of those are going into the same place. I know, it's... Tulip, you've got to see what I'm up against here. We've gotten all of this built, and I realize that it's... It's just that one location. That one spot. Because otherwise we have this whole thing set up, and it looks so good in this location. Don't have your headphones in, can't hear me. Yeah. You know what? We can fix it. We can fix it. We will fix it. It is possible. Why is that open? Oh, it's open even though it's not powered. It's definitely a thing that does. Oh no, that's right. Hang on. Got a strategy here. Done. It's done. We have fixed it. And now... we just make it look supported. Perfect. Alright, so we're gonna have the Mark II belt here. Cannot believe it lets me do that. That incline is too steep, but here we are. So, 110 per minute is coming in this way. So we're gonna start the first filter. It is going to be blue FICSMAS ornaments. No. None. So we've got the input back here, we've got the output over on this side. This is going to be the front is blue FICSMAS ornaments, and the right is overflow. And the way this is going to work is only the blue FICSMAS ornaments are going to go out the front. And then anything that cannot fit out the front, whether it's too many blue FICSMAS ornaments or it's all the other stuff, is just going to get sent to the right. So we've addressed the possibility of a backup here. And we'll see as that comes in. That's going to filter. None of these presents are going to go in there. And now we're stopped here. And those presents have nowhere else to go. There's no way for the wrong item to get in there. This one, because these are sideways now, the input is back here. The front is going to be overflow. The left is going to be the red FICSMAS ornaments. So we'll continue to send our overflow out this way. This one has an additional filter, which we cannot set up because we have not yet unlocked it. So we'll have to come back and capture that. But until then, that's just going to be none. Next is going to be the iron FICSMAS ornament. And once again, the front is overflow. And the last one will be the copper FICSMAS ornament. With the right is going to be overflow just because we're out of space in the front here. So what we have set up here is that even though it's a sushi belt, all these items are mixed. We've got the item filters to send everything to the right locations. And we have a final output for everything that's extra and overflow. And that's where this key comes in. This is the most important part of this, is that you have to have a sink to handle everything that you have left. Am I missing something here? I guess we could just do the curve the whole way. Well, it's not going to let me make them right now because I don't have it unlocked yet. Or no, that's right, you were having trouble with the iron and the copper, not the rest of it. Yeah, so we're doing the sushi belt thing, and the sushi belt thing is normally a problem, but... Ooh, you know what? I just realized something. We have a problem. And we have a solution to that problem that might not be unlocked yet. It is unlocked. So these gifts can back up the whole system, and because I'm able to produce gifts without power or nothing else, then they are currently backing up the system. So we're going to do a priority merger, and we're going to set the left input as higher priority. So anytime anything that is not on the gift belt is trying to merge in, it will have the ability to do so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to speed up the belts that are handling the overflow. They're after the merger so that we can accommodate that extra throughput so that the gifts never break the system. So we have to do this for every merger that we've got, and the whole reason for that is just because we've already been producing the gifts. Anything that is merging with the gifts line has to prioritize not gifts. Mark 4, no reason not to do Mark 4. These Mark 4 belts should also clean up the gift line relatively quickly for us. Oh, that didn't need Mark 4. That one was going to be Mark 1. Alright, and that should do it. The next step is just going to be to power it on and watch it work. And once we power it on, we'll have elevator access, which we so desperately need. Yeah, so to summarize for you, Lily, the solution to the issue of sushi belts is to make sure that you're syncing anything that could possibly back up your sushi belts. Have a smart splitter rigged up in such a way and I want my 9. So that anything that gets backed up, can get sent to a sink as it needs to. Sam, you know how they say all dreams have meaning? What does it mean if I had a dream that I grew a mustache? Well, I mean, it depends on how you felt about growing a mustache. If you liked the dream, then I think it means that you want to grow a mustache. Okay. Haven't used those kind yet. I have the regular one. Yeah, and the priority mergers are ones that you have to unlock from the research tree as well. How does that look from this point of view? This is not designed for the zip line, but I don't think it needs to be. There it is. There's the clipping that we can't accept. Surface too uneven we can deal with. Just need to make sure those cables aren't clipping incorrectly. Stop that. Trying to line stuff up here. Be rude. You did that on purpose. There it goes. Been using the minoxidil for like a year and nothing has happened. What is minoxidil? What if I took a piece of tape and took your mustache off in your sleep and put it on my face? I guess I'd have to grow it back at that point. Look a little weird for a little while. I think I would like to have... that said, I don't know that it would stay on your face for very long. Generally better for sustainability purposes to just grow your own. Alright, there we go. And we're going to replace these with doors, just so that we have some way, if we end up back here, to get inside without too much fuss. And railing for safety. Topical hairless treatment liquid, but a lot of trans masks use it for facial growth. Pre-T, it just seems to not work for me. Hairless treatment? So, like, it's designed to help you grow hair where you don't have hair? Ah, hair loss. Gotcha. Yep. Okay. So, designed to help you regrow hair where you once had hair. Alright. So, that is going to start running. We now have elevator access. Supposed to have elevator access, except for the fact that we're not connected inside here. There we go. Now we have elevator access. Oh, we only get monochrome. Fair enough. We'll do... We have an orange tone here. No, this is the wrong one. This is supposed to be... There we go. Is there something better than just the factory symbol? You don't just have a plain circle? Hair follicles. Still shocking me because most people just laugh or make an excuse and move on. I sit and I be disappointed about it for a minute, and then I come back and decide that it's definitely worth fixing. That's my usual habit. Alright, this will go with that coppery color. A little bit more saturation to it, a little less brightness. Good enough. It's ugly, but that's fine. We have our own music, so we will turn the music off. Alright. I forgot to send it to the first floor. Alright, so we have these running. That's running at 100%. That's not surprising because the gifts have already been loaded up there. This, on the other hand, is a problem. Copper doing the same thing? No, copper is connected correctly. Iron is not going anywhere because we have not connected these points. Need both sides connected. That'll do it. Should start seeing these load up soon. blue baubles are not moving smoothly because we haven't connected this point. That'll help. Stuck on our conveyor belt. I don't have red bubbles going anywhere. Where are my red bubbles? We're running, we're producing them. How many? 6.25 per minute. 100, so that's 50 on either side, so that is the correct speed of belt. That, on the other hand, is... oh, no, that's funny. There's a bottleneck there. Something is at Mark 1 when it should be at Mark 2. We know that because the Mark 1 belts are moving as fast as the Mark 2 belts. We're good there. Right there. There we go. Blue and red are both filling up. We've got iron. We don't have copper yet. Made an iron mine that goes to smelter, then bars to the assembler thing, and then I did the same to make the baubles I need and sent those to the other door of the assembler, and it won't do anything. Then bars to the assembler thing. Have it sending to a storage and the recipe selected. So, and so the assembler thing you're referring to, the foundry here. You've got the recipe selected, so you've definitely got the right kind of building. So, now the question is your logistics coming in correctly? You're gonna want to be watching your conveyor belts going into the machines. Do you have separate lines for your baubles and your ingots? The old ones are being produced. Yeah, and you have those feeding into separate inputs on the foundry, correct? You don't have them merging the same type of item and then trying to go into a little area for it. Now, when you check the foundry, do you see the items actually filling in here, or do they sit empty? Acorn says, very excited to not do any of this professional setup for my personal world. Yeah, these are going to stay empty for a while because they're dependent on overflow. It's just going to be that little bit of 5 per minute gifts that we're producing over the normal amount. Now, all of this purpose of it was... to unlock the next phase of FICSMAS. Ooh, murder scan completed. Recycled rubber or pure iron ingot. Always, always the pure ingot recipes. Yeah, so that's what you're going to want to check, is to make sure all of your items are getting into the foundry. You know, one easy mistake to make is for copper FICSMAS ornaments, you need red baubles and copper ingots. So if you have blue baubles going in instead, or iron ingots going in instead, then obviously that's going to prevent that from working. Same can be said over on this side. If you're just glancing at silhouettes and you haven't seen the item actually populate, it's easy to get that mixed up because the blue bauble and the red bauble are going to have exactly the same silhouette. Made each color its own section. Then, of course, there's the issue of make sure you power your machines. These should be yellow when you have no input coming in, but the machine is configured and powered. If it's red, you either have to configure it or you have to power it. In this case, these are powered but not configured, and so you see that they're red. So this needs 50, 50, 100, 100. Built a new power thing that is self-feeding? Not sure what that might be.
I am sure all the kittens and puppies and even human children would appreciate being able to see all these pretty lights. It is a shame they're all stuck on Earth, waiting for you to do your job so that they can have long and fulfilling lives.
I'm sure they're fine, Ada. So, mistake I have made here. That was not connected because I nudged into the connection point. Oop, that's not going to do anything for me. I just give it leaves and it makes all the way to the log things. Oh, I see what you mean. The biomass burners, you have it set up so you can do an input and have it process what you drop in there into the final bits of power that you need. And it sounds like you've got solid biofuel going for that. Okay, those are going in. Be going in at a rate of 20 per minute. And these are doing a 1-to-1 ratio. So those should now be producing at 20 per minute. Yeah, the thing to check is going to be that these are filling up. If these are filling up but this just isn't doing anything, then that's got to be some kind of bug. But if either of these are empty, then that means somewhere in your logistics chain something is not connected. An issue that I have seen on my end, and you just saw me recreate it actually with the splitter, is if I do a lift and I nudge it into place right here, that short accordion there, this is not connected. And you can see it if you go into dismantle and you hover over it, you've got it clipping in. You can see it here as well. You've got the short accordion. This, even though it's in the right spot, did not connect. You want this longer accordion, you see the longer silhouette there. You can check if you have any conveyor lifts that go directly into machines like I've got here. You can check to see that you've got that long accordion silhouette to make sure that nothing just didn't get connected. To break one of my machines momentarily to demonstrate. No, I can't just break the machine. I have to... Oop. Break my floor. But let's say I drop a smelter right here. Put a hole right there. I have this facing the wrong direction. When I hover over it, I can now see that that silhouette that's clipping in is too short. So, you can check to make sure that all your connections are in there. If you have, like, visible conveyors... Yep. If you have visible conveyors leading into the machines, then it's easy enough to just look at the conveyor and see if any items are flowing over the conveyor into the machine. And if they're not, just trace your conveyor back to the point where you can see where it's not and where it is behind the next connection point that you've got. And then that connection point just needs to be reconfigured. But yeah, so this is running. Because this is brand new, we don't have the filter set up here. So we have to make sure that we configure that so those ornament bundles will now start flowing into the storage container. This is such a maze to navigate. This is the messiest conveyor belt system I've ever come up with. But it is working. The item filter is going. As soon as any of these storage containers back up, it's just going to send the items into overflow, which go over to the sink right here. And the sushi belt should be effectively managed. It should be able to... The other key with this is your overflow points. Even though they're empty right now, they should be able to handle the maximum throughput if all of your output items are going along that belt. And the last step here is going to be to close it up. Or, the railings over here. Not close it up. It's already closed up. That's supposed to be zooping. That gap next to that. Walls. will not accept these gaps. We will fix these gaps. We want round beams. I do wish we had little square, concrete beams like this. I think that would match the aesthetic that I've got going on here better. Okay, nudge that up one. The only way to get these slanted hand railings is to snap them to the foundations, but once you get that snap point where it shows the slanted railing, diagonal railing, you can just hit H and nudge it. Reminder that these hand railings are directional. Please make sure that you direct them correctly. What? Oh, actually, I have an idea. What's that look like? Nope, don't like it. Never mind, I don't have a solution. Alright, let's get the signs. Basic layout. Ornament. This one should be blue, but we'll double check. Spell bundle correctly. That is blue. That's red. Iron. And that's copper. There we go. Alright, I do want to get the dimensional depots on these. I have 2 Mercer spheres. I need 3 more. Let's go hunt for Mercer spheres. Should be able to find a decent amount of them in the pink jungle. So let's go that way. Spider warning for anybody watching. Once we get into the pink jungle, we are likely to find a couple. I say, well, poor Lily is trying to get my help. Working on that bauble factory. Sure, I'll take that. This might not be worth it. Still so many more Mercer spheres that we're gonna need for the rest of the FICSMAS production too. Spiders. Spiders are gone. I can still hear them, but they can't reach me. Spider. Good boy. He's stuck on the floor. Don't make this easier on us. Big boy's done. Spiders are dead.
I have something for you. It will establish a better way for us to communicate and deepen our understanding of one another. I've done the necessary developments on my end. The last note is yours to play.
Your symphony resonates. Your minute tapestry patterns beautifully.
Thank you, I worked very hard. I am organically transmitting the data package now. Any adverse effects on my blood will not corrupt its contents.
We hear this learning song.
See you on the other side.
It is time to tango.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna manage to get those without dying. Yeah, so I don't think we hear from Ada from the Mercer Spheres again after that. Do you think the Mercer Sphere might be under these rocks?
Your waves left our shore.
Big spider. These things can follow you for a while, so it's usually best to just stop and deal with them if you can handle them. That's it. Stop that. Nope. And spider dead. There we go. This guy's no trouble to handle. Whoops. Literally just
Harvest
be
the
out of reach.
structure. Compose it into
Another sphere up this way. Be a little lazy with you.
witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Got an ad. I need a box of bravery. I should do a blueprint for this. And welcome back, everybody. Got 4 Martial Spheres so far. Okay, there's a cave around here somewhere, I think. Oh, no, there it is.
This is a shrine.
That is clearly a slug in there, so we're not going to try check that. Radiation we can handle. However, I think it's inside here, not on top. Let's find an entry point. Going into a cave. We usually expect to find... Ah! do think it is on top, which I think we might have a problem here in that... it is underneath a uranium ore. I have to mine that to get to the merger sphere, so we can't grab that one. I do not have the equipment I need to be able to mine uranium by hand. Once that ends up in my inventory, it will kill me very quickly. That is obviously up there. That's a nice easy one to grab. That's trying to take me back to the radioactive one. Made our way quite a bit north. Okay, that's just protecting a hard drive, that's fine. Worried about that.
Follow the veins to the altar.
Another one this way. I'm gonna head back now and just collect all the ones that show up on the way. Nope.
Live, laugh, consume.
Can you imagine where you'd be without me? Let me give you a hint, still dead.
Y'all. Our number was so high earlier. Alright. Let's grab some equipment. Fortunately, we seem to have some nobelisks on us. What else do I need for the... Nope, that's it. Got the detonator. Alright. Walk of shame. I'm gonna have to fix those roofs on that. I'm not liking how that looks as is. I have an idea for that. But this first. Music got so quiet because my boombox was on me. I don't think I can stand on this. There's a purple slug. I'll take it. I'll take 10 power slugs. Alright, let's go get the death crate. Now. Shouldn't be far. I'm set up here so that I have to drop all of my stuff every time I die. So I have this little walk of shame, and I have to go and like sit and create all the equipment that I need to actually travel, to make traveling tolerable. I'm playing a lot of Planet Crafter lately. And their hard mode is that all of your stuff gets destroyed when you die. So you don't go get it, it's done, it's gone. And I think if that were the case, I would actually dial back the difficulty in this game. Death crate is too close to that one. Need these anymore. Want that.
Look through the window and notice a thread.
Pro tip. Don't underestimate the part rocks. Also, probably worth getting the gas mask. Radiation, not so bad. Fart rocks, they'll get you. And they'll get you fast. got a cave here somewhere, which means we're probably gonna run into some spiders in it. Let's see if we can find the entrance. Maybe around here. This area is definitely familiar, and I definitely struggle to find this cave entrance. I also distinctly remember what I'm currently encountering. Ah, okay. Only the little ones can follow me here. False.
This bleeding temple hums a resident song. Play for us. Scripture.
Okay. Back to heading south. We are on the way home. Another one this way. There's a spider coming up behind me. That is definitely a Mercer sphere inside of an uranium ore. That is a Mercer sphere. I'm in danger. I mean, I've already broken my count. What's the harm in another death? Ah, we were at like 30-some days without incident. We might have broken 40 this stream, probably at 41. I do wish I had a best record on that counter. Oh well. I do want to come up with a better design of these truck stops at some point. Also, I can't believe I messed up the alignment on those foundations at one point. Alright. We should be good on Mercer spheres for a while. I'm gonna go back to building. And we should not expect to encounter any more spiders for the rest of the stream. The solution to these roofs is going to be to have the 1 meter thick foundations, possibly the 2 meter thick. I have to take a look and see what it looks like. And then put the roofing on top of that. And I think that should make that look a lot better. Alright. Now, normally what we do is we'll put the dimensional depots underneath here and then connect them down. But there's so much going on with the ground here, and I don't want some connected and others unconnected, nor do I want to clip the entire dimensional depot through the ground. So we're just gonna put them on top. And that finishes it up. Now, I don't want these to look more squat than they already do. So what I'm gonna do is that would clip through. And bring these up here. And then we'll do the flat roof like this. And that should make that look better. Still hit the right point. Not quite, but gonna be a hard to notice type of deal. I believe messes up these columns a bit. Decent solution to that will be to do walls around the entire thing. Welcome, Marina. Can't see her here, but want to make sure I message before the end of stream. Appreciate you popping in. Ah. Hang on. Alright, hang on. We'll also fix that Z fighting issue that we had earlier. Do a custom swatch here. Do the same here. Does that not work? Thought that was supposed to work on everything. It doesn't work on concrete. You know what? We have a solution. And we'll do... Oh, no. Oh, hang on. Into the filter. Gotta make sure we do the filter so we don't paint things we don't mean to. All these. think the solution I'm looking for is just going to be to clip the columns. It'll have to do. Keep better angle. There we go. Okay. And then we want... didn't do the nudge. All snap point. Balls. This is just to close up this little gap here, even though we won't see it once the roof is on. One, two, three. Three. One, two, three. And then our last bit of roof up here. So we've learned something important, and we will plan for this in future designs so we can get the layout more appropriate. and that's that the thickness of the roof blocks is just not sufficient for the look. Let's do the columns first this time. That is a lot better. Still like some kind of detail on the edges over here. Let me see. Let's do something with this. Well, I'm going to do 3 sides of this. So I like the front of it as is. Ooh, that actually works out really well. I like that. What does it look like on the front? Let's see. I don't hate that at all. Ooh. Okay. That is enough of a difference that I think I need to do that for the entire thing. I'm almost certain that is a different height. That is a different height. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Maple. And for the stretch. And the posture check. So the alignment there is not quite what I want it to be compared to what we have up here. What we can do for that, I think. That does work. That does put that exactly where I want it. I only need to do it on one side. Oi. I want that to be 32 meters? No. Yes. There we go. I struggle to do that with the jetpack. We got it there. Fortunately, the rest of this we can just start with the technique that we did earlier, which was line that up that way. I finally finished getting the chores done that I need to get done, and am tired. Yeah, I can understand that. I'm really starting to feel it, because I've been going way longer than I usually go at this point. To, 5 hours now. I went up on 5 hours. There's subtlety to it that I'm appreciating. we go. We blind all the roofing. That is what I want that to be. Get rid of this now. We need to get up there. We now just use the zip line from this power tower. There it is. I did mention wanting to do something a little different with the walls here. Oh, I need stars for that skin. Those are just new presents. Oh wow, I just realized that's all cardboard. That's neat. Alright, but we want paint swatches. I'm thinking I want some type of Christmas red and green theme going on here. Darker red will desaturate it a bit, not too much. It just doesn't show. Doesn't show at all. So we do the full, bright, fully saturated red. Oh, well, there it is. Sure, we've got the filter on. Turns out just paint it red is fine. When it comes to the plain concrete, that is working just fine. It's kind of giving it a candy cane effect. Or I have to get inside there and do the inside walls as well. Turns out just a little bit of color goes a very long way. I'm gonna top the roofs there so I can do the inside walls. Okay. A little difficult to target. Let's see. Map wall. Did not double that up. Okay. And then of course up here as well. That looks very good, I think. Ooh. Hang on, because I'm noticing... That would look a little better if it had that kind of trim on it. I took... Ugh. Correct angle? That's the correct angle. There it goes. Not quite the same. Rounded instead of straight, but I think it works. I like this. Wasn't visible until I put those there. I can we do about him? Wait, stop falling off of things. I take that all the way across. Do I like that effect? There's something there, but if we do it there, we have to do it everywhere. Nah. I think what I would rather do is just have that clip a little bit so it doesn't show through on the other side. I did clip that. What? Did I just... It looks aligned up there. Ah, I see. They effectively hid the problem on the other side. Just a slight difference in angle. But now if we go in here, we're gonna see that upstairs. Or not? No, because that comes all the way through. Rena, you've got me off mute just in time for the ad. I'm about to go on break. I'm doing great. Watch some trees. Alright, we're back. And it says today's popcorn topping is chili powder, garlic powder, shredded cheese, and olive oil. Sounds pretty good. Alright, so we also just unlocked something. See, I don't expect it to be in power under cable. I expect it to be here. All of our power cables can be replaced with FICSMAS lights. I'm not just going to do all of them. I'm going to look for a spot to wrap up relatively soon, Rena. Especially because I have just been informed that there is food ready. So I was going to try to do some kind of like red and green theming here, but... Let me get out of here. Find my exit. I do need to create a secondary exit for these floors. That's going to get obnoxious fast. I'm kind of feeling like what I have set up here is giving this candy cane look. Why are you highlighted in blue? What is going on there? So I'm thinking just the red is enough. And then we've got the very, very obvious FICSMAS trees in the window here. Like, it can't get any more obvious that this is some kind of Christmas-themed factory. But I'm gonna say that that factory's done. Except for one little detail. Oh no, we don't have the stars yet. We'll get the stars built and then we'll look at that skin. But I do want to come back over to this one, because we have some redundancy happening. Let me see. We've got blue ornaments we're making here. We've got red ornaments that we're making here. What we are not currently making that we can make. So I don't think the smelter will be used for anything else. Nope. But we are not making actual snow. And we need to make some actual snow. There's something else that we're not making. But yeah, I think next time we're going to take another look at this factory. And get it set up with some of the missing stuff, as well as give it a bit of a redesign. Honestly, we might bring it down entirely. Let's take a look at what we've got we can unlock now. This requires some actual snow. So let's go ahead and see what we need to produce actual snow just off the cuff. Doesn't require too much adjustment, we just have to make sure our rates are right. Nope. Oop. Yeah, getting this little bit of depth here has been really helpful functionally, not just aesthetically. Actual snow takes in 25 per minute and produces 10 per minute. 5, 10, 20, 40... 5, 10, 20. Is that right? So we're using 60. We could take 60 and throw it at actual snow. Turn all this into constructors. Oop, not the center ones. Not the center ones. Change this to actual snow. We only need 4 of these. So we're just repurposing 60 per minute worth. Let's see, face that direction, so that's already facing the right direction. Alright, because of the way we did that, not letting us place what we need. Half numbers are not quite what we want there. Okay. Are able to feed. Okay, did not place those. And it'll start producing. And that's just going to replace one of the bubble lines. for that? Not going to spend too much time on it. Because, like I said, we're going to redo this. There's other productions that we want to get set up here as well. But we need actual snow to progress the research tree. That doesn't require actual snow. Yeah, let me do some clean out. Hard drive we'll hold on to. We can start scanning that once we do the event stuff. Not holding on to any of this stuff. Definitely some slugs. And we'll upload that. Okay, so copper, iron, candy cane, and then we'll need snow, which is producing 24 per minute, so that's going to take a second. While we're waiting on that, we can do the bundle. And the leaves. Tree branch, I see. Oh, those are in stacks of 500. I don't need all that. These upload quickly, so that should hit 100 soon. You have to make the Wonder Stars.
The tree is prettier now.
Oh, no, that
you
will
have
unlock
more
the
parts
Wonder
to progress
Stars. We
the
have to make
FICSMAS event, and there are 2 new unlocks
leaves
available.
that we just unlocked.
Now for the actually important news. Pioneer 83CKY
And then, yeah,
has
we have to-
disabled the
this will
FICSMAS
unlock the
event
ability to make
because,
snowballs.
quote, it's totally non-inclusive and immoral, actually. I mean, like, there's so many people, like, not having fun right now, and I feel like so bad for them, you know? Why should I have fun when other people are, like, counting on me to meet these super important deadlines? It's just not right, unquote. Totally agree. Now, back to work.
What do we need to make the reeds? Something tells me that's a manufacturer. So I'm betting it's going to be multiple types of baubles plus... No? No, it's not. Oh, it's the bauble bundle plus the tree branches, isn't it? Yep. Bauble ornament bundle and tree branches. How many of those do we need? That's the wrong menu. 100. So if we put an assembler, we'll do this over here where we've got power already set up. Okay, we'll do the summer sloop. We don't have enough summer sloops, unfortunately. We do have the power shards. We can get that going at much faster than 2 per minute. Y'all think we could find another summer sloop somewhere really quick? Let's see. I'm gonna head this direction first. Imagine if I never collected the one in there. Sure would make all this easier. Definitely collected the one in there. Excuse you. I should go out on a sloop hunt one of these days. They do come in handy. I don't want to wander too far. If I don't spot anything on this object scanner by the time we make a full circle around there, I'm just gonna give up on it. I'm still not satisfied with that roof. Ow. Nah, I'm not seeing nothing. This building could use a redesign as well. Alright, so we're just not gonna slip them. I could harvest a sloop. Steal it from one of these. There we go. Okay, so we need tree branches aplenty and ornament bundles aplenty. For 100 of these. Oof, there's a rough ratio. First one, we're just going to get 2, and we're going to get it at the base speed, and then the power will really kick up on it. All it takes is that summer sleep to be in there. And then there goes the overclock. Now we just need actual snow.
I do not understand the fascination humans have with solid dihydrogen monoxide, to the extent they felt the need for a FICSMAS snow cannon and dispenser. It is simply a state of matter. Real beauty lies in efficiency and the synergetic processes and interplay of artificial and spontaneous consciousness, general sentience, and non-sentient matter, creating a new version of reality in every observable moment in the subjective progression of events.
I think that should be enough to produce all 100 reeds that we need for this. Got all the bundles we now need. We need 1,000 bows. 500 candy canes. And the actual snow will just take the time it needs to take to produce. So the next FICSMAS factory we work on will have the full Wonder Start production chain, and we'll probably collect extra stuff for the trees. Bows, already got the extra 200. Same with the candy cane, but we need 1,000 bows, don't we? It's the bows that we need 1,000. Yes. We'll just pull them out of the storage container. And how are we doing on reeds? Quite a bit of time for those to produce. 42 of 100. We are producing 10 per minute. Alright, I think we'll leave that be, and we'll wrap up, and we will progress on next stream. And... yeah... I got careless with the gas. We'll save here. Gotta wrap up, and we'll figure out who to raid today. Let's see. Ooh, you know what? There's somebody that I haven't had an opportunity to raid before. Y'all, we're gonna raid the Black Cloud Wanderer. Oh. We are not. Because he has raids disabled, it looks like. Just double check, make sure I spelled that right. Yeah, no. Okay. So we'll raid somebody else. Why don't I send you over to Spud? Spud Sprouts right now is playing Once Human. They've been doing a sponsor spot with Stream Elements lately, so if you're interested in the game, I highly encourage y'all to check out their sponsor link so they can get credit for, you know, they can get credit for new players popping into the game. Here is the raid out message. First one is if you are not subscribed. Second one is if you are subscribed. Thank you all for popping in. I really appreciate y'all being here. We made a lot of progress on FICSMAS. Tomorrow I gotta double check with Acorn. Should be streaming together. And nothing planned for Wednesday right now. I might put some feelers out there to see if I can throw something together, but it does feel like it's a little short notice for anybody. And then Friday we will be streaming again with Rena and Squid. Back to our usual weekend schedule, so Minecraft will be back next Saturday. Thanks again for being here. I'll see y'all next time.